Can you go, Corey? Can you ask him? It says it looks like it says it's streaming now. Okay, it appears that we might be going live now. I'm waiting for confirmation from IT.
It's streaming on his. So it'll be a couple more minutes.
Okay, it'll be just a couple more minutes. We're just one last connection.
So we are live, but Jen is redirecting. I had to switch it to a separate channel, and Jen is directing the public to that new channel.
Is there a way to forward it from this link that's displayed too?
Yes, that's what she's working on right now.
Okay, great.
What is the new link?
Just a second, hold up for a second.
Jody, I think that it's going to be it'll be posted on the website where the link is. She'll do all the back end of public notification.
I was just wondering for me because I just like it in the background.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'll be we'll put it
I'll
in
look on the
chat.
website.
We'll put it on the chat box.
It'll also be the same live stream link on the website. So once we get it up there, people go to the same link on the board agenda. They'll just be redirected to a different channel, but at the same link that they're used to going to.
And Jody, it's already the URL is in the chat box.
Chat.
Thank you. Okay, so
Okay,
Joe, let us know
please
when-
proceed.
Okay.
Okay, great. So sorry, we had a little technical difficulty there with YouTube, but we are up and running now. And I'm calling to order the regular board meeting of the Santa Clara Unified School District Board of Education on May 28th, 2020. I will do the roll call. I know Jim Canova said that he will be joining us a little bit late, and I don't see him here. Give him a chance to speak up if he is. I don't hear him. Vicky Fairchild,
Here.
Albert Gonzalez,
Here.
Jody Muirhead,
Here.
Andy Rotterman,
Here.
Mark Richardson,
Here.
and Michelle Ryan. I am also here. So we are now ready to review and accept the agenda items.
Move to approve, Muirhead.
Second, Gonzalez.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, again, because we do meetings remotely, we need to take all votes by roll call. So I will do take the roll call vote. Jim Canova.
I believe you have a comment that needs to be made, Lisa.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't see the hands. Vicky Fairchild.
Thanks, Michelle. I would just like to request that a question that I submitted on Friday be included in the board member questions and answers. According to our governance handbook on page 8, all responses to questions will be noted and shared with the entire board. And so I'm asking that that question be included in the board member questions and answers.
Okay, thank you.
Can that happen?
I'll add Dr. Kemp. I don't know if it changes the agenda. That's
Doesn't change the agenda.
But can that happen?
Can it happen? Can the document be updated? Absolutely, the document can be updated.
Okay, so I'm requesting that the document be updated to include the question that I submitted on Friday, May 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? I don't see any. So this will be a roll call vote. Jim Canova. I don't think he's joined us yet. Vicky Fairchild.
Yes.
Albert Gonzalez.
Yes.
Jody Muirhead.
Yes.
Andy Rotterman.
Yes.
Mark Richardson.
Yes.
And I, Michelle Ryan, also vote yes, so that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova being absent. The next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Kemp, would you be willing to say the Pledge of Allegiance for us?
Absolutely. You post the flag.
Okay. So please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have items from the public prior to closed session. This is when we would take items from the public just on the closed session items. Dr. Kemp, do we have any items from the public prior to closed session?
No, we don't have any public comments regarding closed session.
Okay, very good. So now the board will go into closed session. In closed session, the board will consider items 5.1 through 5.4, and we anticipate resuming open session at approximately 7 p.m. So the board, and then we will report out on any action taken. So the board will now go into closed session.
Really quick, Dr. Kemp, can you work on sending that question to us while we're in closed session so the board members have it when we get out of closed session?
Yes, I'll try to work on that.
Thank you so much.
Joe, can you hear me? Joe, can you hear me? I need to test to see if my sound will work. Joe, I'm just wanted to check if my microphone is working.
I can hear you, Kevin.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, here, I need. Okay, are we all here? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, we're all here. Oh, I don't. Okay. Sorry. Okay, the board is now back from closed session. In closed session, the board for items 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4, the board had discussion and received information, but took no action. In connection with item A, .5.1, the board took final action in closed session to reassign a permanent certificated administrator to a regular certificated position for the 2020-2021 school year, consistent with their credentials and qualifications. The board vote was 6-0 to approve the recommendation, with trustee Canova being absent. And then, so that concludes the report from closed session. The next is report from the superintendent. So I will turn it over to you, Dr. Kemp.
Good evening, trustees. It doesn't seem like it's been 2 weeks since our last regular board meeting. As the saying goes, time flies when you're having fun, but I wouldn't categorize the last 3 months as fun. It has been extremely stressful on everyone. And I want to recognize and congratulate our staff, our parents, and our students for their resilience and dedication to the district and the educational programming. By this time next week, the 2019-2020 school year will be behind us, and we will be rapidly ramping up the planning for the reopening of schools in August. And still, we don't know which of the 3 scenarios we will implement next year, and the call will come to us from the Public Health Department, we hope by the beginning of July. Since the last board meeting, the Superintendent's Advisory Committee has met now 4 times, working on considerations and identify elements to include in our plans for teaching and learning under the various scenarios for next fall. We plan to meet again next week and possibly the following week after that to finalize the recommendations from this group. As we think about the transition from responding phase to recovering phase of navigating the COVID-19 crisis, we are now in the opportunity or have the opportunity to consider ways to carry forward the rapid innovation that is developed by our teachers and staff during this time. This is a very valuable asset, and we have the opportunity to sustain the momentum and extend it into the reinvention of our learning models, all which be aligned with the strategic vision of 2035. This past week, the county released their planning tool or framework that, along with other tools we have found, will guide the next phase of our planning, operations and safety, and teaching and learning. This week, Cabinet developed a timeline and short-term action items to complete in preparation for the next phase of the planning. We have also conducted parent survey and student surveys that will guide us in this work. There is still much to be done in the next 4 to 6 weeks, and I want to thank our team for their time and support. More will be shared next week at the board study session on June 4th. I also want to thank all of our community members who have been emailing me and sharing resources and have even offered their assistance and expertise, and we will be in touch with you. The class of 2020 is getting ready to graduate. I want to give out a huge thank you to our graduation committee, and the tremendous effort of the committee and the community partners during these challenging times has created events that would be memorable for our class of 2020 and their families. Almost 1,200 lawn signs were distributed to the class of 2020 on Saturday by a team of 130 volunteers. Thank you so much. For our graduates, while we can't attend in person next week, please know that we are here with you in spirit and we'll be joining you at your online graduation ceremonies from our homes or our offices. I invite our board, our staff, and our community to tune in to the live stream ceremonies on the following dates and times using the link that's santaclarausd.org/live stream, and all of this is posted on the website. So beginning the first school is next week is tomorrow is Mission Early College High School from 5 to 6 p.m. And then we have also tomorrow from 6:30 to 7:30, we have Wilson High School and Adult Ed. And then next week on June the 2nd, we have New Valley from 6 to 7 p.m. And then on June 3rd, from 4 to 5, we have Santa Clara High School, and from 6 to 7, Wilcox High School. And I remember last year driving furiously from one school to the other. So I think we'll have a little bit easier transition from one ceremony to the next. The ceremonies are all set up on our YouTube account, and you can set reminders for when the ceremonies go out by subscribing to our page at www.youtube.com/Santa Clara USD. This year also marks the momentous milestone of our 49ers STEM Leadership Institute, our partnership program with the 49ers, Chevron, and the Silicon Valley Education Foundation. The 6-year program was founded in 2014 and begins with students in the 7th grade at Cabrillo Middle School and continues through the 12th grade at Santa Clara High School. Santa Clara High School's class of 2000 holds the honor of being the first cohort of school district graduates to complete this program. And tomorrow afternoon, I will speak at their program ending celebration. And I'm thrilled to share that our local media has also been sharing their stories, including a broadcast on KTVU Channel 2. And that link should be posted on our social media. April and May are months that are filled with celebration of our staff, with appreciation days filled with celebration of our staff. And we've always been proud of and grateful for our dedicated teachers, support staff, and administration. During the past few months have only amplified the gratitude as we witnessed the members of our organization step up to support our families, students, and each other in many ways. We could have never imagined this before in the pandemic, the ways that people are coming together. It has truly been amazing. And I want to just congratulate everyone on their collaboration efforts that I'm noticing, particularly with our SAC and the kinds of deep conversations we're having around teaching and learning. It's really phenomenal. We often hold several in-person celebration events during this time. And while we can't do it this year, I will announce special recognitions at our next regular board meeting on June 11th to honor retirees, members of our staff reaching milestones in their years of service, employees of the year, and our difference makers. A special video messages will be sent out across our community on June 12th following the board meeting. And in closing, I just want to share resources and remind everyone that the month of May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And during such unprecedented times, many of us struggle to cope with symptoms related to stress, loss, financial anxiety, and other challenges brought on by the pandemic, which is why it's important to bring to light such an important topic. For our students, families, and staff, if you feel you need support, please reach out for services. Our wellness staff are ready to support you with the resources or a check-in appointment. And for more information or to schedule an appointment, visit our website under Wellness Appointment. And that is my report for this evening. Michelle, you're muted.
The next is item item C, items from the public on unagendized items. So this is a time when we take items from the public that are not related to anything that's on the agenda. Because it's not on the agenda, board members can't comment on those items, but we want to give the opportunity for the public to comment on things that are in our purview, but not yet on our agenda. So Dr. Kemp, are there some unagendized comments?
Yes, there are, and I will read them now.
Oh, also, and I don't know how many you have, but we've started, what we will do is we will take 20 minutes worth of unagendized comments now. If there are more than 20 minutes worth of unagendized comments, we will take the remainder of those later in the meeting. Those comments needed to be submitted by now with the link opened up, I think at 4:30 today, because the meeting started at 5 for the public's reference. The link opens up a half an hour before the regular meeting starts. And then we take, you can submit those comments up until the time that we read the comments. And then after that, if comments are submitted after this agenda item, we do not take those comments, but you could submit them for the next meeting. So I will turn it over to you to read the unagendized comments. Thank you.
Yes, the first comment is from Jennifer Herrera, employee. I would like to request that in the district's planning for reopening in the fall and the potential for a second round of distance learning, that at least at the high school level, teachers be allowed to set deadlines for student work and be allowed to hold students accountable for those deadlines. This past quarter in distance learning, we have not been allowed to give firm deadlines and must accept late assignments, not just for this quarter, but dating all the way back to the beginning of the semester in January, if it will help the student to raise their grade to passing. Because of this policy, I find myself grading late work every single day that has not been turned in on time when assigned during this fourth quarter, adding anywhere from 1 to 3 extra hours of grading into my day. It takes an incredibly long time to grade work in Google Classroom, 2 to 3 times longer than when done in person, due to the fact that we have to do multiple clicks through the assignments and must type all feedback. If the assignments were on other platforms like Flipgrid, Kahoot, or Edpuzzle, which we use frequently in my subject because we have no electronic curriculum support, it also takes a lot of time to go back and search for missing and now late assignments. Even if I could set a deadline, I could grade everything once and move on to the next task. Oops, hang on. Somehow this got, okay. These extra hours of unnecessary time grading late work on top of teaching, lesson planning, meetings, Friday staff development, and just grading regular assignments have been exhausting. Allowing our students to turn in late work at any point in the semester up to the last day of school has caused many of our students not to take their work seriously and not to turn in assignments for weeks upon weeks. Now, during the last week of school, so many are showing up with only days left asking for and submitting late work. On Tuesday, May 26th, I turned on my computer to start work in the morning and found I had 170 emails waiting for me, 160 of which were about late work. I have 150 students, so that is more than one assignment per student for just the weekend alone. High school students are at a point in the school where they are needing to learn to be responsible for themselves and their work, and we've removed the valuable aspect of making them accountable for their own learning. Teachers understand the situation and are not asking students to turn in assignments the day after they are given. We are giving a week, 10 days, 2 weeks to complete work. This is plenty of time to account for and overcome Wi-Fi or computer issues. It is unnecessary for high school students to be allowed weeks upon weeks to make up work that can be done in a day or two. I'm sure I'm not alone in my experience teaching high school distance learning, and I'm confident that my fellow teachers would agree with me when I respectfully ask that we should be required to do distance learning in the future, that you allow us to set deadlines and give tools to help students be responsible and accountable for their learning. Thank you. That's actually something that the committee's been talking about. The next comment is from Anne Marie Sierra. And it says, Dear Santa Clara Unified School Board, while I know budget cuts are a while off, the conversation has already begun in board meetings. As these conversations continue to occur, I implore you to think of our students first. Let's think about things we have to have versus what we would like to have. We need all positions to come directly in contact with students: custodians, paras, secretaries, principals, VPs, nurses, teachers, behavior techs, wellness coordinators, counselors, admin, TOSIS, LSATs, etc. Any cuts in these areas would hurt students. Let's not repeat the errors of the past and make the cuts in areas where our students would hurt most: class size versus services for our students, etc. When thinking about moving forward with a strategic vision at this point, is it a nice to have or a need to have? Is what stakeholders envisioned for SUSD graduates in 2035 pre-pandemic or the same post-pandemic? The world is very different now, and we need to think about putting our dollars where the need currently is, not where the wish we could haves are. Moving forward with a vision that now feels much like having the perfect lesson plan for your class and an unexpected fire alarm goes off. In this case, we stop everything, handle the immediate concern, and table the lesson for another day or time. It's nice to think about what we'd like for graduates in 2035, but what we need to do is to put dollars, thoughts, and effort into helping the entire generation that is experiencing an unimaginable collective trauma. I hope moving forward, the board and staff will focus on what our students need as a whole and not what we wish we could have. We can revisit the wish we could haves in a few years when we know how this pandemic has affected our students. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Sabrina Rumford. As much attention and debate continues about whether physically reopening schools in the fall due to safety concerns, let us please direct an equal amount of attention and concern to student learning. After all, the primary purpose of school is to educate students. Whether instruction is fully online or partially online, please allow 5 days of full academic instruction by either video recording or full-time interaction. Although it is important for all grade levels, daily instruction for all classes is especially important for secondary students. I was very pleased and thankful that my children were able to receive live instruction twice a week from their teachers, but in reality, that is simply not enough time to adequately teach specialized course content at secondary level. According to my children, their math courses, Common Core 7 and Algebra 2, were the most difficult to replicate in distance learning platform. Consequently, courses progression and introduction of new concepts was very limited during the past 9 weeks of instruction. As a parent, I'm very concerned considering that the 2019 CASP SBA testing revealed that only 40% of the students' 8th graders, math students, and only 41% of the district's 11th grade students met or exceeded state standard. Again, these are pre-COVID standardized testing results. So I'm asked the following: how is the district going to address the expected gaps in math and language arts from the spring quarter? What online summer programs and educational platforms is the district providing to address this learning loss and prevent a worsening summer slide? In conclusion, for the 2021 school year, all students deserve to be educated in compliance with pre-COVID-19 state mandated instructional minutes and be assured that the year-long courses curriculum be completed. Please provide teachers with adequate educational tools and support to implement a quality, proficiency-based distance learning model. The next one is just a no name, just says parent. Dr. Kemp and Board of Trustees, although I commend you for the marvelous act of kindness that was done last weekend when graduation signs were delivered to the houses of all graduates, it seems like the post-secondary students were overlooked once again because none of them got a graduation sign. This is truly unfortunate and quite hurtful, not only for myself as a parent, but for my students and their friends as well. The next one is from Gwen Phillips. Dear Board of Trustees, I'm writing to you as deeply concerned community member. Of watching the last few board meetings online, I am becoming increasingly concerned about the lack of civility between board members, about the lack of civility when board members are addressing staff and others. I feel compelled to remind the board of Board Policy 1310.1 regarding civility. It is your policy, and I would expect that the board be modeling this policy as they conduct business. How can we expect our employees, parents, and our students to uphold the principles of this policy if members of the highest position and influence in the district are not modeling it themselves? I encourage the members of the board to review this policy and hold themselves and each other accountable to the outlined conduct as we move forward. Our children are watching. Thank you. The next one is from Candace Heath, employee. I just want to say how proud I am to work with such an amazing community of educators. I've seen firsthand how hard teachers have been working to learn to use different online platforms and transform their classroom from a physical setting to a virtual setting. Additionally, the TOSA team has provided weekly professional development for 2 months and met with many teachers to support their real-time needs. As we look forward into next year and possible structures for how to reopen schools, I'm hopeful that teacher voice will be an integral part of the conversation. I realize that with the sudden and unexpected changes this year, difficult decisions have been made rapidly, but since we have a little more time to plan for next year, there needs to be a concerted effort to make sure all stakeholders have voice in the decisions made. This will help decision makers better anticipate the consequences of policies they are creating. For example, at the secondary level, a policy that was put in place this year that students can turn in late assignments from any point in the second semester all the way to the last day of school. While I realize this policy was made with the consideration of trying to provide all students with the opportunity to succeed, I don't think anyone really considered how overwhelming it would be for teachers. I've talked to several teachers who have received hundreds and hundreds of emails about late work and hundreds of late assignments through Google Classroom each day. This last week before school ends, it is not fair to teachers and their families that after working so hard this year, they will have to work into the summer to finish going through student work that should have been completed months ago. If teachers had been allowed to review this policy before it went live, I'm sure this issue would have been brought up. I know much as it is still uncertain for next year, I hope that those making the decisions will take a long time to get input and feedback from stakeholders involved in the new structures and policies go live. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Jennifer Whitaker. Peak, I think. I'm concerned about the possibility of distance learning in the fall. It seems the message being put forth by districts is that teachers are being given all tools necessary to facilitate this learning. This has not been my experience. I recently reached out to the person at the distance learning in charge of purchasing distance learning tools. I wanted to have a discussion about why we should consider a program to be adopted district-wide. The program that we were told we could use, I bet the free version for remote learning. I wanted to have my voice about why paying $550 per student using this program would be transformational for our district. How the paid version lets teachers schedule activities and gives us school and library, district libraries so we can collaborate across sites and district-wide. I wanted to talk about how powerful these resource is and how my daughter, who is a kindergartner in another district, can use this platform independently. Our district in the area have chosen to adopt as it is much better fit for elementary age students versus Google Classroom. Sadly, I received an email reply that basically said, ask your principal, they will have to foot the bill. This doesn't address the fact that we could be forward thinking and able to collaborate district-wide. This doesn't address the fact that some sites won't have the funds to adopt this program. Please do us a service, at least, of hearing our voices on these types of policies. I'm feeling sad and disheartened at the continued direction of the district as large seems to be taken towards teachers who put their hearts in distance learning. Please consider and at least look at the amazing platform this facilitates. The next one is no name parent. Dr. Kemp and Board of Trustees, although I commend you for your marvelous act of kindness that was done last weekend when graduation signs were delivered to houses of all graduates, it seems the post-secondary students were overlooked once again. None of them got graduation sign. This is truly unfortunate and quite harmful, not only for myself as a parent, but for my students and their friends as well. I think that was a duplicate. The next one's from Brian Darby. Brian, I'm not sure if this is what you wanted to say to the board during your report, but I'll read it now anyway. To the Santa Clara Unified School District Board of Trustees and District Management, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this unagendized issue, which I think plays out every time we have an economic crisis. What are our values? What do we care about? What are the goals we wish to pursue, etc.? One area that I often think about is our institutional memory. Where we came from, who we are, and you are, and who we are now. Do we want to go back to the way things were during the times of plenty? I believe it is easy to forget at times the lean times. Our major funding source requires us to ebb and flow with economic realities. May I humbly suggest that we need to remember something beyond the economics, and that is the gaps that we fill as a school district. We have people's lives in our hands on a daily basis. Sometimes that is literally accurate. We shape our future by connecting to the past, and in some cases, we're the only bridge our students have. You cannot put a price on that. You can't qualify that. You can't test that, and you can't explain that in a few minutes. Since ground was formed in terms of centuries, decades, and years, decades and years, the trust the teacher from to the student, the bond developed by the leadership management, and the institutional memory that board members have been working on for decades. I believe that is true. When I was allowed to attend the beam signing for Agnew's property, I read the many comments underneath the signatures and many people I've known for decades. The comment I left was for Susan R. and Lacey H. and all the other people who lived at Agnew's. They typified the two extremes that I've had the pleasure of serving at Agnew's. The people who lived the program 7 and the people who had lived in the Ramport building in program 2. It had been over 30 years since I saw some of these people I worked with, and I still remember them. They are my anchor. They define me in ways that I don't even understand. My mother told me when I took a part-time job at Agnew's in the mid-'80s that it would be the rest of my life. I was convinced it was only a summer job and that I was going to go onto the technology. It's funny how things change. It's true for all of us. It's especially true for the at-risk population served by many of the schools and services our district provides. During this pandemic, our district employees and management, both above and beyond the call and providing services during extremely difficult time. As you begin to look at the budget and make hard decisions, I ask you to remember where we came from as we look forward to where we wish to go. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to our community and our district. Sincerely, Brian Darby. And this last one is from Catherine Limprecht, parent. This is our last year in SCUSD, and I want to thank the district staff who we worked with over the past 18 years. A big shout out to Montague staff where we started, but also to all teachers, administrators, and board members. Thank you for all you do for our district. And that is the end of unagendized public comment.
Thank you. On the agenda, next is items from the public on agendized items. We usually have this when we meet in person so that if someone wanted to comment on something that's on the agenda but didn't want to stay for the item, we could take the comment now. But now in this virtual setting, we will take comments on specific items when we get to the item. So the next is the consent calendar.
There are no public comments for consent calendar.
Thank you.
Move
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, your head.
So I have a motion and a second. It's because we are meeting remotely, all votes are by roll call. So I will take the roll call the vote. Jim Canova.
Yes.
Vicky Fairchild.
Yes.
Albert Gonzalez.
Yes.
Jody Muirhead.
Yes.
Andy Rotterman.
Yes.
Mark Richardson.
Yes.
And Michelle Ryan, I also vote yes. So that passes 7-0. Next on the agenda is, is action items. F1 from the superintendent's office. F11 is approval of the appointment of the chief academic and innovation officer.
So I just want to make sure that Dr. Ryan, that you have the readout for F1.2.
I can open it up, I think.
Move
Do
to
I
approve.
read it? Oh, sorry.
Before we begin,
Is Kevin going to read on this?
I'll read it.
Do you want, do I need to read it first or?
No, I'll read the, we'll first approve the appointment and then you're going to read out the compensation package.
Okay.
Okay. So Santa Clara Unified Community and Board of Trustees, after an extensive search and rigorous interview process that included 14 panelists who participated in a 2-round interview process, I'm pleased to present my recommendation for the Chief Academic and Innovation Officer, Mr. Brad Stamm. In his nearly 30-year career as an educator, Brad's work has focused on supporting academic achievement and equity through innovation. His K-12 experience includes serving as a classroom teacher in the Bronx, New York, and in San Francisco Unified as a teacher and site level administrator at elementary and middle school. Brad brings 8 years of experience as a senior district office administrator, having served as an executive officer for curriculum instruction, chief academic officer, and deputy superintendent of instruction, both in San Francisco and Oakland Unified School Districts. Brad has pursued innovation and educational reform throughout his career and developed partnerships with the Coalition for Essential Schools, Bay Area School Reform Collaborative, the Teacher Union Reform Network, Deeper Learning, and Linked Learning initiatives. Brad also brings 8 years of leadership experience with 2 educational nonprofit organizations, including Connect Ed, where he helped districts across the nation build systems of college and career pathways in collaboration with post-secondary, business, and community partners, and most recently with Partners in School Innovation, where he worked with school districts to strengthen district transformation and networking services. His work with partners included providing support to Santa Clara Unified School District this past fall as a part of a team that conducted the district's transformation review. Brad has extensive philanthropic contacts. He's bringing his Rolodex and has successfully raised millions to support innovation and transformation work.
Motion to approve the
I'm not quite
position.
finished.
All right, still want to approve it.
Okay. Brad grew up in the Seattle area, earned his bachelor's degree in government at Harvard University and his master's from Columbia University Teachers College. We are excited to bring Brad Stamm into our district as the new Chief Academic and Innovation Officer, and I plan to utilize his expertise and support our efforts to implement Vision 2035.
Now I'd like to approve the appointment, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Second, Muirhead?
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I see Vicki Fairchild, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Stella. One of the things I would like to say, very excited to have Brad on our site. Stella provided the board with a reorganization list, and it's important for the people to know that with all of this reorganization, we're having a net growth of administrators of 0. And I really think that's important. That being said, I hear what everyone else is saying about administrators, because in 2017-18, we had 91, and now we're up to 113. So it's definitely something we have to look at as we're heading into this time of economic uncertainty. To increase by 22 in just a couple of years is something we need to think about. So, but I am excited for Brad. That being said.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments, or questions or hands. So this is a roll call vote. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Richardson.
Yes.
And I'm Trustee Ryan. I also vote yes, so that passes 7-0. Welcome, Brad, to our district. The next item, and I have to do a readout before this item. I've got it queued up. I might need to make it a little bigger. So the next item on the agenda is 5.1.2, which is the approval of the Chief Academic and Innovation Officer Employment Agreement. Let me read this information before I take the motion and the second. So next on the agenda is the recommendation to approve the agreement for employment of the CAIO Brad Stamm, consistent with SB 1436 and Brown Act requirements, The provisions of the agreement for employment for Chief Academic and Innovation Officer include an annual base salary of $260,000 plus any stipends for which he meets the eligibility criteria set forth in the management salary schedule. This would include an annual master's degree stipend of $2,875. Under the terms of the agreement, the CAIO would also be entitled to participate in any health and welfare benefit programs on the same basis as other cabinet level management employees in the district. In addition, 5 years of district paid retiree health benefits are provided contingent upon the CAIO's retirement after completion of at least 5 full years of service with the district. There are no automatic provisions for any increases to salary or other specified provisions for compensation or fringe benefits. Please ensure the minutes reflect that this verbal summary of the compensation provisions of the recommended agreement was made. That was in the quotation. I'm reading everything that I was asked to read out. So with that, I'm
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Gonzalez.
we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? I don't see any hands, so I'll take a roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
and Trustee Ryan. I also vote yes, so that passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Next is 5.2.1, which is the approval of the appointment of the coordinator of STEAM.
Hello, board. I would like to bring to you Jennifer Jansen. Jennifer attended Fresno Pacific College, where she received her BA in Natural Science and Biology and her Master's in Administrative Services. She was a teacher of biology, anatomy and physiology, AP Physics, Life Science, and General Math. She is currently at the Santa Clara County Office of Education, where she is the Director of Innovation and Instructional Support. She serves and supports the 31 school districts of Santa Clara County. She provides directions to district and school leadership teams through professional learning, coaching, mentoring, and serving as a content expert in STEAM. She has created and directed the Santa Clara County Office of Education STEAM TOSA network, provided PD and NGSS environmental literacy programs and STEAM, and she's currently the lead member of Region 5 Science Community of Practice. Jennifer Jansen.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Gonzalez.
Muirhead?
So we have a motion from Trustee Rotterman and a second from Trustee Gonzalez. I don't see any hands for questions. So I will take the roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
and I'm Trustee Ryan. I also vote yes, so that passes 7-0. Next is 5.2.2, approval of the tentative agreement between CSEA and the district for a 2020 to 2023 successor collective bargaining agreement.
Move to approve, Gonzalez.
Second,
Rotterman.
Muirhead?
So I'll
Muirhead.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. A motion from Trustee Gonzalez and a second from Trustee Muirhead. I don't see any comments or questions, so I'll take the roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
and Trustee Ryan, I also vote yes. So that passes 7-0. 5.2.3, approval of the 2020-2021 classified salary schedules.
Move to
Motion.
approve, Muirhead?
Second, Rotterman.
We have a motion from Trustee Muirhead and a second from Trustee Rotterman. I don't see any questions or comments, so I will take the roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
and I'm Trustee Ryan. I also vote yes, so that passes 7-0. Next is F.3.1, approval of Resolution 2013 for support of applications for eligibility determination and funding in the school facility program when bond authority is exhausted.
Motion
Move
to
to
approve,
approve, Muirhead?
Rotterman. Second,
Second.
Rotterman.
Okay.
Whoever.
With a motion from Trustee Muirhead and a second from Trustee Rotterman. I see that Trustee Richardson has a question.
I have a quick confirmation question and a statement.
I want to make sure that I'm clear that this resolution is not stating that we're out of bond money. It's stating we wish to continue to be considered for additional state funding for capital improvement monies. Is that correct?
That is correct. When we say beyond beyond capacity or bond authority, that's the state, not the school district. So the state currently does not have funds available. We're in line. We want to stay in line. That's what this resolution is for.
Great, thank you. And my comment is that, you know, the public has been very generous with us in recent years and for many years regarding bonds for capital improvements. And some communities don't feel smiled upon. We do a lot of talking about Ag News. Of course, it's underway. Of course, there have been building challenges. And of course, there have been other challenges like pandemics. However, I understand there's a meeting coming up where we will talk more about projects like Laurelwood, Patrick Henry, and Montague. And I want to just make sure that they get appropriate attention as well. Even if not much is visibly moving now, I really want the community to know where we stand and what's changed since the last time we spoke. Thank you.
We will have an update at the next meeting on that.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. I don't see any other questions or comments, so I will take the roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
and Trustee Ryan, I also vote yes, so that passes 7-0. Next is F.3.2, approve education protection account reports and resolutions 20-14.
Move to approve, Muirhead?
Second, Gonzalez.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments? Just give me a second. I don't see any. So I will go ahead and take the roll call vote. Trustee Canova,
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
and I'm Trustee Ryan. I also vote yes, so that passes 7-0. Now we're on G, reports. We start with reports from our union presidents. So
So we have substitutes coming in today to provide the reports. We're going to have Virginia Rios first
okay.
for CSEA, followed by Caitlin Deneen for UTSC.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Brian, I think Darby is in there as well.
Okay.
He'll come up last. Hey, Virginia, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Kemp, and cabinet. My name is Virginia Rios, and I am the Chief Job Steward for our Chapter 350. And I am here on behalf of our chapter president, Lynn Villarreal. Things have been relatively quiet in Chapter 350 the last few weeks. We celebrated CSEW last week with online Zoom activities with CSE members from all over the state. We even had a virtual dance party. State Superintendent Tony Thurmond attended our last state board meeting. He recognized and praised the work of our employees that have always been essential to our schools. I just have to say how much I appreciate you were his actual words. He discussed much more, but concluded by saying, if I can just borrow some of your expressions, we are stronger together and I'm in. We're going to do this together on behalf of our 6 million students you have helped serve, he said. His words and the words shared by Governor Newsom at our last state board meeting demonstrate the value and respect classified employees deserve. Our labor management partnership is moving forward with a solid schedule of weekly meetings of presidents of both unions with Dr. Kemp, some of them one-on-one and some of them between the three of us. Ann Cummins Bogan from the CEC is also attending monthly meetings, helping build the structure, momentum, and the efficacy of the shared goal of meeting the needs of all students in a variety of capacities. We have our next DLT meeting, yet another positive piece in our labor management partnership, on Tuesday the 2nd. We hope to reset the goals and expectations of this body and work towards having it be ever more productive in a meeting that district goals and propelling our guiding vision for the 2035 graduate. Our chapter ratified the 3% increase we agreed upon in negotiations, and I wish to thank all of the board as well as the district in showing support for our hard work classified employees do. Chapter Vice President John Gallo is excited to report that our transportation department has been awarded 4 new electric buses, courtesy of a grant from Bay Area Air Quality District. We have our second Zoom chapter meeting coming up next Thursday, and we hope to have good attendance. CSEA has offered some excellent Zoom trainings to members, and I am pleased to share that many Santa Clara classified employees have taken advantage of them. They have included trainings on Google Docs, applications, communication tools, wellness through journaling during this crisis, providing support for the students with autism, and much more, and there is yet more to come. Student supply pickup and drop-off begins next week, and as always, classified employees are at the forefront of that work. Paras, LSATs, wellness, LMAs, custodians, and office staff are going to work hard with their principals and credentialed staff at their sites to see that the school year is closed out efficiently. We will also be there when we open for the 2021 school year, however that may look. Whether distance learning continues as it has been, or we return to school as normal, or more likely, we open with some sort of hybrid of the two. We are unified as a district in making this happen. We are a shining example of a collaboration and teamwork at its best. CSEA looks forward to continuing a strong part of that team as we figure out our next steps. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you.
Am I speaking now? Okay, great.
Caitlin, how are you?
Hi, thank you. I'm good. I was just waiting for my audio to connect.
You're good.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Deneen, and I'm a 6th grade teacher at Peterson Middle School, and I'm also a UTSC Executive Board Officer. I will be delivering the UTSC President's Report tonight on behalf of Amber Watt, who is sorry she cannot be here to deliver it herself. She's been asked by CTA to attend COPE interviews along with CSEA President Lynn Villarreal. In regards to the Superintendent's Action Committee, we are continuing conversations focusing on supporting students as we transition to the fall. We do not have any specifics yet to share out in regards to decisions being made, as we are still awaiting guidance. However, we believe that the purpose behind the formation of the SAC, which includes a committee full of stakeholders, only reinforces UTSC's commitment to healthy labor management partnerships within SUSD. We remain committed to the continued partnership with the district regarding developing essential standards, addressing equity concerns for struggling students, ELL students, and special education students, and overall student engagement regardless of the learning platform for the fall. In regards to labor management partnership, Dr. Kemp, Lynn, and Amber are having conversations about reorganizing the district leadership team, or DLT, to support our site SLTs. We are committed to the process and looking at how to continue onboarding new district leadership and expanding participation of site teams in summer LMI and CEC conferences to include more stakeholders' voices. Our last executive board meeting will be June 8th. We welcome our newest member, Cluster Director Ian Jackson from Wilcox, and thank Laura McGee from Santa Clara for her dedication and support of UTSC members and our students as she transitions into her retirement. We look forward to her continued support as she returns next year as a consultant. We also want to thank the board for approving our salary schedules and honoring our work. And that is the president's report.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, Brian. How are you?
doing good. How are you, ma'am?
Great to see you.
Great to see you too. Thank you for reading that. This is my report to the board. I would like to thank Santa Clara Unified School District Board of Trustees, Dr. Kemp, School Management, Educational Options Management, certificated and classified staff. It has been my pleasure to address the board for, I think, 13 or 14 years. If I remember correctly, we have been through challenging times which have required much sacrifice and times of growth which have required different kinds of sacrifice. As we begin to regroup and deal with the economic and social impact the pandemic has had on our society and how we intend to grow. The issues that confront us on a daily basis seem overwhelming because it inundates us with constant stress and frustration. And each of our staff and students are dealing with that. But we can only do what we can do for the individuals that we have direct contact with at times. So we can put what we have into what we can do for our students. I would like to remind people that adult education plays a key role in bridging gaps between our students in the community and the resources that help them grow. I would like to say that our staff has migrated from in-school training to excuse me one second, I'm sorry, to on the blessings of dyslexia.
Presentations that are coming up.
That are ongoing. We have much of our teaching has migrated to online learning. I have been part of the transition of Independence Network from in-person training to online training, and pretty close to about 90% of our students are attending on a weekly basis. We provide at least 3 hours of face-to-face and online services to them on a daily basis. And both the students and the parents have been very grateful for that, as well as those that reside in group homes. We developed an entire curriculum in less than 2 weeks, and we rolled it out the first part of November with a full functioning website, which was my pleasure to put together, actually. And we have many other programs that have migrated to that and are providing online courses as well. And I would like to encourage you to listen intently to our director's, Brenda's upcoming discussion about how our reorganization can help deal with the economic realities we're dealing with. I would like to remind us as we grow towards that future of our mission statement. And the mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to prepare students of all ages and abilities to succeed in an ever-changing world. I would like to remind you of all of that. I want to again thank you for your support. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. The next report is G.2, report on the restructuring of educational options, roles, and responsibilities.
Yes, good evening, trustees. So before Brenda comes on to share her report, I just wanted to say that, as we've been thinking about the restructuring, which Trustee Fairchild brought up about number of management positions, we're presenting some information to you tonight around the restructuring options that we're thinking about for the adoptions program. And this would help to address some of the long-term concerns that we have around the number of managers in the district and trying to streamline the Ed Services Department to better line up some of the responsibilities with existing staff members. Brenda, it's all yours. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Great, now you can see me too, I think. So good evening and thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to share a report on the restructuring of educational options. I've had the privilege and the pleasure of serving as the director for educational options for the last 3 years, and I'm certainly very proud of the programs and services that we offer on our campus and of the effect that they have on our students in our district and in our community. Tonight's report really speaks to the opportunity to leverage 2 of the programs on our educational options campus. That's Family Child Ed, as well as our adult school, by strategically and thoughtfully repositioning those programs within the district. The timing for this restructure coincides with my transition to the Director of Student Services, as well as larger district-wide efforts to realign programs and support services. So I'll provide a very brief overview of the programs that are on the Ed Options campus. I'll share reasons why restructure is recommended and the benefits of such a restructure. So the Educational Options campus includes 5 primary programs, including Santa Clara Adult Ed, Family Child Education, the Family Resource Center, Wilson High School, and our newest addition, which is the Enrollment Center. And as I mentioned earlier, next year, the Student Services Director will oversee the Family Resource Center as well as the Enrollment Center. And Wilson High School will continue under the purview of the superintendent, which means that we're going to have the opportunity to reposition our adult school as well as our Family Child Ed program. Just as a reminder, our adult school serves approximately 4,000 adult students per year, and we offer a wide range of classes there, everything from community-based interest classes to more foundational courses such as our Career Tech Ed, High School Diploma, and ESL. As far as our Family Child Ed program, we're serving our very youngest students via Family Child Ed, about 1,300 students per year. Most of these students are already our own elementary students or will be transitioning into our school through our TK or kinder programs. So there are 5 key reasons why a restructure of educational options seems to make sense at this time. The first, which has been touched upon earlier in the board presentations, is the strategic visioning and planning, and the fact the district is really looking at ways to deliberately redesign how programs work together. And I think there's an opportunity to reimagine what the relationship between our adult school and our Family Child Ed program can look like with respect to district programs, to create greater coherence in terms of roles and responsibilities, but also in terms of practices and outcomes that we're driving towards. The second reason for this proposed restructure is that we're really looking to set the optimal learning conditions for students across our district. And so there is an opportunity through this restructure to think about family child education and that program as part of our broader interest in early childhood education. And so that is one of the reasons. Also, in terms of our adult ed program, which offers a high school diploma program, there's also an opportunity to really see that as part of the larger continuum of services that we offer to our high school students. The third reason that I'd like to mention, or excuse me, the fourth reason is we want to reposition our adult school and our family child ed programs within departments of teaching and learning. And our family child ed program, as well as our adult school, already offer curriculum and instruction. And so this is aligned with the focus of our elementary and our secondary departments. We also see a great benefit as both an adult school and a family child ed program in being directly included in conversations that have to do with teaching and learning, again, as we think about our strategic planning process. The fourth reason, which I touched on earlier, is that because the Student Services Director will oversee the Family Resource Center and the Enrollment Center, there's a natural opportunity to really look at a way to restructure at this time. And then finally, we're looking at how we might streamline access for families through this restructure. We want to more strategically manage transitions that are already happening within our district. For example, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of family child ed, we have 1,300 children that are attending our family child ed program. And as these students transition into our TK and kinder programs, we'd like to think about what are some additional ways that we can really streamline those transitions. And for our adult school, having a principal will help us to align our roles and responsibilities across all of our schools, which we think is really going to help to streamline that referral process as well. So the recommendation, oh, my apologies. The recommendation at this time is to reposition our adult school to report to the Director of Secondary Education. We think there's great alignment in this kind of restructure, and to hire a principal who will be solely dedicated to our adult school beginning for next year. And for our family child education program, we would like to recommend repositioning that program under the supervision of our Director of Elementary Education. And so in terms of the benefits of this restructure, it really supports efforts to redesign learning for all students, and it includes all students, meaning our very youngest students, students in family child ed, to our most mature students would be our students in our adult education program. It also, this restructure affords us opportunities to align practices and improve services to students by leveraging existing resources. For example, professional development could be realigned. I mentioned earlier transition of students. So those are some examples of what that would look like. And finally, there is a cost savings to this proposal as well, and that we would be having a principal oversee the adult school, and we would not have rehiring for a director position. So those that is the recommendation of this restructure and the benefits of this restructure. In closing, I'd like to share that our adult school and our family child ed team are in full support of this restructure and are looking forward actually to the new and exciting opportunities that it can present for both of those programs. And I'd also like to thank the Board of Trustees and our district leadership for their support of the educational options programs. We think that this new restructure will continue to provide support to all of the programs on the educational options campus. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. Very interesting information, exciting to see the revision. Board members, if you can, if you have questions, can you use the feature to raise your hand? I'm not seeing any questions there. Mark, I see. Now I see a few. So we'll start with Mark Richardson. And again, I'll just set the, we don't, since we're not in person in the boardroom, we don't have our timer for 2 minutes. I'll set my phone at 2 minutes so that you'll hear a little chime when you kind of get to 2 minutes. So just keep that in mind. Thanks. So we'll start with Mark.
Brenda, thank you. I'm assuming that this is the first of a few times we will hear about this. In the future, when it comes back, I'd be interested to know quantifiably what the cost savings are. And I'm assuming it's going to go through the process that we have written in BP 4000. It would go discussion, planning, action. There is language in that BP regarding how new district office positions are presented or put forward. And although this may not be district office, I would be very interested in you checking the boxes or at least looking at them, because those are the questions I will be asking. We are entering a period where adding is not something. You're saying streamlining and repositioning, and so I'd like to hear more when you bring it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Wilson is a place near and dear to my heart. I worked there for several years, and then my children attended Wilson Preschool. If I'm understanding correctly, you're going from a director and a principal to 2 principals? Before I ask my next.
It would just be one principal for adult ed. It's because it's an adult school.
Okay, and then what about isn't there a current principal on Wilson campus?
The principal that's on the Wilson campus right now is for Wilson High School, and that's Miss Pam Galano.
Yeah, so what I mean is that there will be two principals on the Wilson campus, one for adult ed and one for the high school.
That's right, under this proposal.
That's right. I want to congratulate you for making a change that they talked about in 2004. Well, not yet, but it hasn't been made yet, but that change has been talked about since 2004. So,
oh,
good job.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Not seeing any other hands. So thank you again for the presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is, oh, sorry.
Michelle,
Yes.
did Albert was waving a hand. I wasn't
Sorry, I didn't have your there was too many video screens. I didn't have your video. So now I see your hand. So sorry.
Right.
There's one more question.
I was trying to get the raising of the hand and I didn't have my my mic on.
Okay.
As far as I know that as we restructure and we find opportunities to do that, one of the things that would be beneficial is if we could, and maybe this is a little bit bigger scope, maybe not necessarily to the part of FCE that goes on there at the Wilson campus, but I know Stella's old district at Franklin McKinley did basically the Children's Initiative, and they had different partners that came together to provide basically preschool daycare for their students. And not sure if, as we transition, and that's always been a bigger conversation as far as what vendors or what partners we have at our different sites, but maybe just have an idea or if you have something in the back of your head as far as maybe if there's a way to improve it or find slots. And I know I went to visit that site before in Franklin McKinley, and it was always difficult because we live in a very high cost area to find people who qualified, is because you couldn't even live in this area if you to qualify for some of those federal requirements. But definitely, if there's anything that we can do to provide more slots to some of our lower income, parents for their children. I think, many of our children from our low income families are not participating in preschool. And I think it's, they enter our kindergartens with a little bit of a, whether it's language as far as number of words that they hear and these other issues that definitely they would benefit by more opportunities there. Thank you.
And this is I think this is a great point that you make here. And this is one of the things that a part of our strategic vision will address is making sure students are coming to school ready to learn. And that means having high quality preschool programs for students that, maybe now can't afford to attend, but they need some kind of subsidy to be able to afford a high quality preschool. So through the work that I did with the FMCI and Educare, this is one of those areas that I have a passion for, and having the right structure and making sure that it sits in teaching and learning will support the educational programming as we begin to work on the back end on what are those kinds of what can we create with our current resources to be able to begin to think about providing daycare. And if you remember, not daycare, but preschool programming, Matt Tinsley came and spoke to the board, I think it was last fall in November or December, and he shared that there is a need for seats for high quality preschool programs in our community. And so if the intention really is to make to address the issues with equity and closing the achievement gap, then you start with your youngest and make sure that they're coming to our kindergartens and TKs ready to learn.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Checking okay. Oh, Jody.
Thank you. I was just going to follow on that with the shelter in place that we're in, and we don't quite know how reopening is going to look, but there's the potential for a lot more preschool slots needed. If there's either smaller sizes needed or daycares, preschools that can't open or are only open a few days a week for kids, and trying to manage the smaller numbers, that I think we really need to keep an eye on that and see if there's what we can do and what we might want to do to make sure that our teachers and staff have the slots that they need, and that others in the community who are going to want to go back to work and may need more preschool and daycare slots, that we have that available.
Right, yeah, we'll bring information about that at the next board meeting.
Great, thank you.
I see, Andy, I see your hand.
Yeah, this may be a little too much in the woods, but you know, for years we had the High Tech Academy, which was something that was revered, and we had corporate entities sending students to the academy. I didn't see it in the website, nor do I see it in this plan. Is that just because it's part of something else, or is it gone by the wayside? We used to teach, Microsoft certification and Cisco certification, that type of thing. It was called the High Tech Academy.
Brenda, I'm not aware.
Those classes are still taught through our adult ed program. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
So I think I'm dated. Apparently that program has morphed into something else, but it used to be marketed as a separate entity, the High Tech Academy, and it covered not like the basic Excel and Word and those kind of things. It covered the really sophisticated, networking protocols and programming, this type of thing. So it may be beyond the scope of this, but it was revered. It won a lot of awards. So that's why I was curious how I didn't see it, because normally it takes at least it used to take a pretty high profile. So we probably incorporate into something else. It's probably still there.
Okay, thank you. Don't see any other comments. So now I think, thank you very much. Really appreciate the presentation and look forward to seeing how things transition.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next report is G.3, report on the 2020-2021 plan for New Valley High School and Gateway program.
I want to thank Dr. Stapleton for preparing this report for us this evening. As we've been going through this pandemic, she has been working in her role as director of secondary ed, and also making the transition now as her director on special assignment, overseeing New Valley and the Gateway programs, or New Valley, and the transition plan for next year, as she is the director on special assignment for this school. So she's here this evening to share with you very exciting information about the planning work that's going on and the visioning that is taking place in this work for New Valley. And it's so important that we have a high quality alternative high school for our students. And I believe that what you're going to hear this evening is very exciting news about the work that she's been leading the staff in for the last few months. So welcome, Dr. Stapleton.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kempf. I appreciate it. And if you'll permit me 75 seconds to thank the community for allowing me to serve for the past 7 years as director of secondary ed, which has been really an awesome experience. And just want to say a few things that our teams have accomplished. Most proud of the robust professional development that we've offered through between 4 and 8 PD days per year in our committees and summer institutes. In the past 7 years, we've rolled out standards in almost all content areas, as well as 21st century teaching and learning practices. A few years ago, we brought all teachers to SVCTE to expand their consciousness about the rigor and relevance of career tech ed, and also to Google, Cisco, and NVIDIA to learn about the 4 Cs in action. We've rolled out the ASCA National Model of Counseling, which has counselors working in academic, career, and social emotional wellness of students. We've brought restorative practices, trauma-informed, and growth mindset, and supports for our most struggling students and new alternative ed programs. Really proud of our rigorous Comp Sci program, all backwards mapped from APCSA. We now have computer science in all of our middle schools, and have made some good starts with environmental education with thousands of elementary school students going through our nature area and farm each year. We've also gotten a good start on PBL and interdisciplinary planning, which is a key feature and part of the strategic plan, and going to keep on going forward with that work. We have a fantastic secondary TOSA content team that I've just really loved working with these past 7 years. They're continually educating themselves. They're innovative, and they, along with teacher leaders and our consultants, have really positioned us, I think, to support the distance learning rollout. I just want to say that I've really enjoyed all the relationships that I've experienced in the secondary ed community as well as ed services. And I'm really excited about this new journey and want to thank Dr. Kemp for recognizing in me the potential and the passion to transform and facilitate the restructuring of New Valley. So what I'd like to say is that we have, our faculty at New Valley has been hard at work the last month getting ready for the new structures that are going to appear in the fall. And so what I'm going to do is share my screen with you. Can you all see that right now? Let's see here.
Not just yet.
Not just yet. Okay, 1 second. Here we go. All righty. I think you should be able to see it now.
Yep.
All righty, great. So this is a presentation on the updates around the New Valley and Gateway program. This is a draft work in progress, and I would happy to say that really everybody, both the classified and certificated staff at New Valley is excited about the direction that we're taking. So the working vision is to collaboratively re-engage and prepare students for success in college, a CTE pathway, social and civic participation, and a healthy and happy life in a place that we all want to be. So this is about creating an alternative to traditional education, not just simply a place for credit recovery, but true alternative education that interests and engages kids each day, makes them want to be at school, and prepares them for post-secondary success and healthy lives. So there's two parts to the structure. The first part is for all students to complete a CTE pathway. They can complete a CTE pathway of their choice in several different locations. New Valley itself is going to offer a CTE pathway in video production. I've also been working with the principals of Santa Clara and Wilcox High Schools so that New Valley students can take CTE classes, for example, in construction or auto or any of the CTE classes that those high schools offer. As you all know, SVCTE offers all kinds of different pathways. And I'm also working with Mission College to enable New Valley students to take CTE classes either at Mission College or on our campus. One thing that's important to note is that when students do take CTE classes, core credits are available. So for example, if a student was completing a 2-year CTE pathway in dental hygiene, he or she could earn credits in science. So the second part of the restructuring is the actual academic course structure itself. We're moving towards an interdisciplinary course structure with content that is contemporary, thematic, it is standards-based and includes projects. And in these courses, students can earn credits in 2 or more subject areas. We saw a model that's similar to this in one of our learning journeys in San Francisco. And I'm also familiar with another program that offers this kind of interdisciplinary structure. And the kids really respond to it because it's thematic in approach, it's contemporary, it starts with what's interesting to them in the world right now. There's a field trip attached to each one of the interdisciplinary classes, and we're going to start out serving students in grades 10 through 12. There will be a common planning template that ensures that there are standards met, that's sort of based on a PBL model with driving question, enduring ideas, and that support math and literacy development in each one of the classes. So let me show you some examples of what some of these interdisciplinary courses could look like. And we started with, I gave a number of ideas to the faculty, and they took those ideas and really just started expanding on them in fantastic ways. These are the classes we're going to be offering in the fall. A combined civics and ELA class, one class that looks at genocides in the modern era, which might include, for example, what's going on in Rwanda or Yemen, or in recent times, Cambodia. A financial literacy course that combines civics, econ, and mathematics. This environmental photography course will actually be expanded to include environmental restoration or another kind of environmental science. We're still working on the titles of courses, but this course here really takes a look at substance abuse, and it might look at, for example, the beginning of substance abuse, where it happens at the cartel level, and how that gets transported through a trafficking process, the people who are affected along the way into the end user, and the biology of substance abuse and the effects on the system and in relationships and society. So it's really about creating empathy, so that, the difference between students receiving, a 1-hour workshop that says, don't do drugs, here they're doing a deep exploration and developing math and literacy and science skills through exploration of a topic that they're really interested in, that will also have healthy effects on their lives. This course is sort of a deep dive into what are the trends in the employment market. How do I advocate and present myself, and skills necessary for employment? This is really a cool class here that kind of takes a look at things like graffiti and communications and calligraphy, and combines that with a look into pop culture and developing, again, literacy and math and other skills through this kind of a class. So those are the classes that we're going to be offering in the fall. And then we have a bank of other ideas that, that we'll develop further out as we build the program. And you can kind of see here to the right, the kind of credits that students might be able to get in a course around this type of content. This is a really, just want to point out this one course. I think I passed it. It's really a look at, for example, civil rights, all different kinds of civil rights movements that you could either look at from a US history perspective or a global perspective, with civil rights movements around the globe. All right, let's see here if I can get back to. So even within a model of interdisciplinary courses, there will still be singleton courses offered. This is kind of our working vision that that includes the different components of our vision. So I've sort of talked about this, the CTE pathway. Ultimately, what we look to do is to achieve full implementation, not next year, but the following year. So this coming year, all teachers will be teaching one interdisciplinary course to start to learn how to co-plan and how to integrate content areas. And we look in, for the following year to be able to implement interdisciplinary courses system-wide. These would be 6-week interdisciplinary courses, which correspond with 6-week grading periods. One of the things that we will also be changing is that there are currently enrollment cycles every 6 weeks to align with the grading periods, but we'll actually be admitting students a week before each grading period to engage in a week-long orientation. During this orientation, they will be acculturated to the school. Key members of the staff will get to know them. Relationships will be built among the new students. There will be some assessments given, a field trip to SVCTE, and transcript review and 4-year planning. We actually offered this at the alternative school that I taught at, and we found that it regulated the school culture and climate as we sort of normed the incoming students rather than just plopping them into classes. It'll also give us a chance to find out, to get to know the students and their families and find out which advisor this student would be best placed with. We're also really strengthening the advisory and advising program. So students will meet in an advisory period for an hour per week where they'll engage in restorative practices and circles and build community and confidence among each other. They will really take agency in understanding their own credit needs and their interests as they look at their career interests, and also goal setting and reflections. There's also an advising period during which advisors meet one-on-one with students and their families, which helps develop that strong relationship that's needed to continue to engage students in school. We'll be bringing back work exchange, focusing on math and literacy skill development in all of our classes. So those are sort of the key components of the restructuring efforts. So our rollout plan is that in this first year, all teachers are going to be co-teaching at least one interdisciplinary class. We've restructured the advisory, and it'll also be a planning year that's aligned with our WASC and SIPSA. We'll be applying for innovation funds for paid planning time that's necessary to create interdisciplinary courses for the next year. We anticipate full implementation of this interdisciplinary model the following year and refinement. And we hope by year 3 to submit the model, to submit our new structure as a model continuation high school. And we think that it's in year 3 that we'll be able, it's possible that we may have a new facility by then, at which point we could look into welcoming freshmen back into the program. So just some brief updates. The Gateway program was housed with New Valley for the past couple of years. Well, it has been for a while, but it was merged with New Valley the past couple of years. The 9th grade students now that were part of Gateway are actually going to be at the high schools now. There will be one section each at Wilcox and Santa Clara, and its new name is Horizon. And there's a team that's been developing the Horizon program. It's a 3-period self-contained class to support at-risk 9th grade students who are struggling academically and or behaviorally, modeled after our Middle School Matters program that enables our at-risk youth to re-engage and remain part of their homeschool community. The focus will be on several areas of social, emotional, and academic well-being and agency, with a goal of keeping 9th graders on track to complete course credits and to safely re-engage with school. The credits that they'll earn in the Horizon program are actually world history, because the teachers credentialed for these classes are credentialed in history, social science. We've also created a math section with math teachers. So they will take a math class in that 9th grade year and then elective credit. The 3 periods outside of the Horizon program will be English, phys ed, and a self-selected elective. Just like with MSM, it's important to have a team that meets regularly in order to ensure the success of the program. And so the team consists of the Horizon teacher and counselor, wellness coordinator, and an assigned VP. And the teachers will also be providing case management of students throughout the day and individualized support. I do periodically receive requests that paras be placed in the Horizon and MSM classes. One thing that could be considered, because we have received our first recommended list to the Horizon program, it really seems like we actually have enough recommended students to offer 2 sections. So it could be possible at some point to try to offer 2 sections each of Horizon and MSM, particularly as we recognize increasing numbers of at-risk students due to trauma-informed circumstances. Again, if New Valley gets a new facility in the next few years, it would be great to welcome the Horizon students back into the New Valley program. That concludes my presentation and open to questions.
Great, thank you. So I see Mark Richardson with a question.
Thank you. Dr. Stapleton, I know that we've chatted a little bit privately, but I want to say publicly that I really wish you every bit of success in making New Valley just a great program for these students. A lot of times, life and society have failed these students in so many ways. And I'll say you are the final safety net. You're it. You're the adult in the room for these kids. So I really wish you every bit of success possible. A couple of themes that you hit on that I want to strengthen from my experiences. I feel that if therapeutic efforts and making them whole isn't a first priority, nothing else will follow with these students. I do hope that you decide how far you want to go, how far you want to push the envelope to help them, because that's what they need. If there's no will to change the way we've been doing things and the way they've had their lives, then nothing will change. And that's on behalf of the district, the staff, the kids, everybody. There must be will to change. And then in your executive summary, there's a couple of notes you made on page 2 that I agree are completely essential. One is family involvement. Whoever's at home has got to be as on board as the staff and the kids. And then the weekly group, I find essential. The school where I started to volunteer did daily groups twice per day at the beginning and the end. If there was a group problem, sometimes group was all day. So I just want to say it sounds great, and every best wish I can give you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you so much, Mark, and I'm looking forward to meeting with you and working with you and learning about your experiences. What Mark is referring to is the idea potentially of what's called weekly group. We did this at the alternative school that I taught at, which, you know, group might be anger management or women's issues or men's issues or substance abuse. And I like that idea a lot, that we might bring in the next couple of years. And, you know, Mark, I agree with you about the social emotional wellness as the bedrock and the foundation. And we have actually in our SIPSA included extra money to expand the presence of CYO counselors. We also are paying teachers in June to take, and classified staff, everybody to take training on restorative practices. So yeah, I agree. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Jody.
All right, well, thank you, Lori, for this presentation and all the work that went into it. Thank you for your little history lesson about what's gone on in secondary ed, because a lot has happened there. And I'm super excited about the potential for what you're suggesting. You know, it's a big shift, but I think we need to do so much more for this population. And I think you're going to get kids who wouldn't normally go to this school want to go to this school, you know, because of because of the type of curriculum you're offering. So I'm really excited about that. I had a question about the Horizon program and the staffing for that, because one thing I didn't understand was my understanding with the Middle School Matters program is that there's one teacher for those multiple periods so that the kids have some consistency. And you're talking about doing world history, math, and an elective, and that teacher would have a world history, social studies credential. So what happens with the math? How does that work with that one teacher?
Yeah, thanks, Jody. I don't think I was completely clear about that. So, you know, when you're building something and, you know, an issue comes up and someone emailed me and said, Lori, I'm really concerned about math, you know, and I agree. It's that 9th grade math that I think there's 2 key breaking points for kids in high school. One is 9th grade math, and the other is the sophomore year if you're too far behind in credits. And that's the fork in the road, either one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So we rescript, you know, our planning team got together and said, how do we address this? And we felt, and I want to really give Greg Shelby and Kristen Gonzalez credit for this. They looked at their staffing and they were able to find a way to actually bring a math teacher into the program. So it's a credentialed math teacher who will teach a PBL math class that's already board approved. It's on the books already. So yeah.
So that would be a second teacher in addition to the history teacher.
Right, for just one period. For
Yeah.
just math class, yes.
No, but that's a great idea because we see those kids and they're struggling with math and they haven't got it through middle school and then we throw them into high school and we have the potential to really lose them with math at that point. So this is great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki.
Sorry, I'm unmuting. All right, Lori, thank you. It's good to see you. It's been a while. You look great. I'm really excited about what you presented today, and I would like to echo what Mark said about the counseling. When I first got on the board, we dealt with an issue where the Peterson program and Community Day programs were left without counselors. And so I'm wondering what we can do to make sure our high priority need kids aren't left without counselors. And is there a plan to make sure that we staff your program and these programs that we're talking about first before that they're a priority? Do you understand my question? I can't see Lori.
You can't see me? Oh.
Now I can, sorry.
I do understand your question. So I think that the plan right now, I would say, is that it's a smaller ratio of counselor to students as well as wellness coordinators. And so New Valley, the CYO counselors. So they have, at New Valley, they usually have 2 or 3 as well as an assigned wellness coordinator.
Okay.
But one thing I'm learning from you, Vicki, in this moment is to kind of integrate that more into the actual everyday practice of the school. And so I appreciate that comment. That gives me some really nice food for thought that I'll take with me. With regards to the Horizon and MSM programs, yes, wellness coordinators are part and parcel of that team. In MSM, they actually work with the kids on a weekly basis, and we want to make sure that that happens in Horizon too.
Okay, so they will be, because that's one of the things that I think was missing is an exact plan of how the counseling was going to be delivered to these students. We want them to have counseling. We see the need and what type of accountability are we going to have for providing counseling for these students, because we've determined that they need this specialized program. So that's what I would like to see, is some sort of accountability plan for providing them with the mental health services that they need.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
Andy.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. A lot of innovation, a lot of creativity went into this. I think it's great. I did have a question about, so I was around when Gateway was created, and Bill Chapman actually was the one who fought for it, and there were a core of us that thought it was a great idea. And at that time, there was very little program available. There was also during a down economy, so we were trying to find money to make it happen, which is one of the reasons it co-located at New Valley, is because we were able to share a lot of the costs. One of the things he felt very, very strongly about at the time, and this is what I want to get your input on, was that for a lot of these kids, they needed to have, they didn't need a pull-out program or a program within the traditional high school. They needed a new location. They needed a program dedicated, a lot like a lot of the continuation high schools had, so that, you know, it was a different environment. It wasn't the same old thing. So with the Horizons program, do you still think that's important, or do you have other means of accomplishing what he was trying to do when he created Gateway?
Yeah, I think those are two different missions. You know, there's various forms of alt-ed around the district. There's Community Day, there's MSM, Horizon, New Valley, Wilson. With the initial, you know, the original concept of Gateway was at New Valley. What was going on is those kids were going to school from 12 to 3, so attendance can fluctuate with that. They're a little too young to. It was a great start. It was the only way that they could make that facility work, which is why they did it. And then in the last few years, they tried to integrate New Valley and Gateway to bring those students in. What the Horizon program seeks to do, just like MSM, is to re-engage those at-risk youth right then and there at the school without sending them out, with significant support, sort of this hybrid of a self-contained class that nurtures social emotional well-being, confidence, executive functioning, social practices. In fact, it was deliberate of how we chose their non-Horizon classes. You might have noticed they're not going to be taking science, and that's because we had to make room for them to take an elective, because they have to do something that they want to do in order to remain engaged. So it's all very intentional. When you take a student out of the environment, that constitutes a different type of pathway. And I agree with what, I don't remember who said it, but I agree that you're going to see, I think at New Valley, you're going to see students wanting to go to that school once we really get it up and running. That is certainly what happened at the school I taught at. The program, you know, it was a fun place to be. It worked for a certain population of kids. So I would hope that we could make a space for 9th graders if we're able to get a new facility in a few years. I will say that I think alternative education is important absolutely everywhere and different layers. And that even if we're able to welcome 9th graders to New Valley, we still may want to consider, is that Horizon program, you know, good for those kids at that, for the set of kids who would do well there.
All right, well, that was actually kind of where I was going, whether you'd have a dual program, a Horizon, and then one where a new campus or a new environment, completely new environment would work. I don't know if there's any social stigma associated with, there is some, whenever you change schools for a variety of reasons, or if you have a special program in a school, that's always a risk. But I think the innovation you're doing, and it looks like you're going to stay vigilant on it and make sure that if we need to change and adapt, it will be on top of it and do that. So kudos to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Albert.
So great presentation, and thank you for your work, Laurie. Definitely want to concur with what Trustee Richardson and Trustee Radaman mentioned. As far as the stigma, I think the stigma would be much greater if they were sent to a different school versus being on campus itself. As far as the curriculum, I think it's great if we can find ways to engage these students even more. One of the things that, especially for students of color, when they don't see themselves in the history books, when they don't really feel that they're part of, you know, the makeup of our society or of our great country, what you find is a little bit of a disengagement, and then there might be issues that might pop up. And I think the health and wellness, so we can get around that, and definitely get them engaged in the curriculum. I think it's very, very beneficial, and I think you're onto something here, and thank you for your work.
Well, and thank you, Albert. I agree with you 100%, and that's where the contemporary themes come in. We also have hired, boy, I don't know, 6, 7 new people in reflecting our population, both in value and in ethnicity and in commitment to this kind of work. I have to tell you that it's been a really rewarding to work with the returning faculty and the new faculty as we envision this and build it together. And they're very excited about the work. They believe it in their hearts and minds as well. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Lori for a great presentation. Obviously, I'm drawn to the CTE component. That's so important. I wanted to just highlight the fact, and I know Lori's well aware of it, but at our last meeting, Eric indicated that Sacramento could be cutting CTIG money up to 50% across the state. And for those who have memory banks that go back far enough, Metro Ed or Silicon Valley Career Tech Education, it enjoyed direct funding as recently as 2012. It was during the LCFF process through error and omission that direct funding was lost. So what we have today is Metro Ed and its programs in competition with its own JPA members for those same CTIG dollars. And those CTIG dollars could be cut, according to Eric, up to 50%. I've even heard it could even be more than that. So I think financially speaking for CTE across the state, there's some difficult times in front of us. With respect to Metro Ed, and I know Albert's aware of this, but Alyssa has put together a letter that's going to Governor Newsom with many, many important folks signing on to that letter that is going to ask the governor to do everything he can to restore that direct funding. In a perfect world, if centers could be directly funded, then CTIG dollars could be freed up for districts like our district to utilize in various CTE programs, you know, at home. That would be a perfect world. But clearly, the future directly in front of us for money for CTE is going to be very difficult. We could lose Metro Ed in the next 2 years if it's in a position where it has to compete for those same CTIG dollars, and those dollars are cut by up to 50%. That entire campus could close down. So we do have a crisis in front of us in terms of funding CTE.
It's an enormous crisis. The facility is one of 2 state-of-the-art facilities in the state. It's pretty heartbreaking if that happens, and it would be absolutely devastating. I don't even want to go there in my thinking, right? Well, I don't mean it like that. I mean, I will also say that I'm happy that here in our district, we have a number of CTE possibilities available for students, as well as Mission College and perhaps with the new Agnews campus. And I know that that we're looking and studying different ways where those programs could be open to students who want to take them. But Metro Ed closure would be devastating for our area.
Thank you. Sorry, let me set the timer for me too. So thank you so much for this presentation. I love the ideas that are coming out. You know, it was a hallmark of my career in education, than dealing with disengaged students and finding ways to get them involved and excited. And I'm so excited to see the things that you've come up with so far. It reminded me a little bit of, I was on a WASC visiting team a couple of years ago, and we went to the Health Sciences Academy in Stockton. And when you were talking about that orientation and building that culture, there was a lot in our WASC visit about how they did that and made that culture, as well as that interdisciplinary. So when they're in math class, they're doing things connected, math or science, they're doing things that are connected to the health sciences that they're learning. I also saw that when I saw the food class, I was thinking about my son's freshman core course that was on food in the liberal arts, where the professor, who was a former professional chef, you know, they read about history of food, but then they learned about chemistry things and cooked some food. And, you know, it brought all those subjects together in a way that was really engaging. I also think about, they went to the Nueva, their innovative learning conference, and they talked about a history and math class where they read Brunelleschi's Dome and then tried to build the dome to get and build historical empathy for just how hard that task was. And I was also reminded of some work I had done in the middle school level that, we're trying to get middle school students engaged. And I know these are high school students, but that one of those things with student engagement is connecting what they're doing and what they're learning to the wider world. And it seemed like so many of those classes that you were talking about are helping connect students to things that they're going to do outside of school, and those building those connections for engagement. So I'm just really excited to see how it develops. I really am grateful to your work and the work of the staff there in those ideas and the plans, and it really excited to see how it develops.
I want to thank you so much for those comments, Michelle. There was something you said that I know we're wrapping up here, and I appreciate you giving me the time for this presentation. When you said about, something you said made me think of part of that working vision statement, which was social, I can't remember how I said it, but it was about participation. These kids are interested in ideas.
Yeah.
They want to discuss them. My starting point, and people who are interested in this kind of work, starts with everybody's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get them to their place of authenticity, comfort, and confidence, they'll live their brilliance and shine. And part of that is, can I participate in these conversations? Does my voice matter?
Mm-hmm.
Something you were saying kind of made me think of that part of the vision statement. So yeah. I know we're wrapping up. You guys have given me more time than I was supposed to have.
I think we're just so excited about it. So we're so excited to hear the plans and looking forward to doing great work for these students.
Thank you. And I truly appreciate it. And I hope that what we're doing there, maybe even is useful towards the strategic planning piece, that is interested in interdisciplinary education. Maybe we'll learn some things of what we're doing here that can be useful to the district. I just want to acknowledge again the returning and new faculty at New Valley who has shown up even in this time of DL when they're really busy, building this vision and getting prepared and giving of their own time in June to get ready for the fall. And I want to just again thank the board for letting me have a few moments to thank the secondary community that I've loved working with these past 7 years. And finally, I want to say again, Dr. Kemp, thank you for recognizing in me this love and passion for this new journey. I'm really, really excited. I'm having a great time. Except for I'm going to go now and let y'all be working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. The next is H discussion items. The first reading of the March 2020 of the CSBA recommended updates to the board policy manual. So this would be the time for questions or comments. I see Jody.
Dr. Kemp, I just wanted to confirm with the changes that we made to our committee assignments with not having as much of a role in policy, can you just go over who has reviewed these policies, both in terms of staff, including unions, management, and then board members?
I don't have, so Mark, I can't remember who else was there with us. Was it Albert? Yes, Mark and, okay. So the process, Jody, is this. Policies come in from CSBA. They are disseminated to senior leadership who review the policies. They come back to me, I review them. Then we send them to Mark and to Albert, who are on the committee. And then we review them together, come to consensus, and then we bring them forward to the board.
So there's no union leadership looking at them?
There never has been. This is the governance manual, and so they can see them when they come for first reading, and they can give input during public comment during the first reading.
Okay, thank you.
Andy.
I'm not sure really whether this is an issue with the policy itself, but the board policy 3551 indicates, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but it indicates that we basically cannot collect from students that do not pay, there's no action we can take. It's a new law. It was a SB 170 or whatever it is. There's no action we can take to collect money from those students. I suspect we can still try to collect from parents, but we're prohibited from not serving them, etc. So what I wanted to know was there's a financial impact and what we can do to minimize that. I don't want to shame a student and say you can't have food, but on the same token, if it gets out, hey, just don't pay, you'll be fine. That
Right.
presents a different kind of problem. So I'm assuming there's something we can do relative to going after the parents. And the other thing is, at the state level, if they pass a new law that is not revenue neutral, based on prior legislation, they kind of have to make up the difference for us. So maybe this is an Eric Dill question.
Well, and Eric is sitting right here with me, and we're just talking about. Oh, he unmuted. Okay. So Eric and I are sitting 6 feet apart. But first of all, it is a cost to the district to cover the unpaid lunches. And if you remember back in December, was it Sherman Williams? Richard Sherman made a contribution to cover unpaid or paid
Right.
lunch debts at one of our schools. So this is a legislation that has impact on the school district. Any parent who chooses not to pay for lunches would potentially, we couldn't go after them. So that's why we budget for that within our budget.
Can we go after the state because that's an unfunded mandate from the state?
Okay, I'm muting myself now, and I'm gonna let Eric talk.
I'm trying to cause trouble.
Yes, it's okay.
So there is a group called the Education Mandates Cost Network that looks at all new legislation and determines whether to file a test claim as an unfunded mandate. The interesting way about this was written. It did not tell school districts to do something. It told them to not do something. So it was not a mandate. It was a don't mandate.
Unfunded non-mandate.
Yeah. So I know a few people who were in that network, and they were really trying because it took about 1 year, and then about 1 year after the new rules passed, districts all up and down the state saw their unpaid meal balances grow with even fewer options to collect. And so it started to hit districts. They looked into a test claim and determined that they could not proceed with it because of the way that it was written.
Okay, too bad. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vicki.
Yes, thanks, Michelle. I would like to offer a different perspective on the discussion that has been initiated by Trustee Ratterman. Having worked at the high school when students were denied diplomas or things were withheld from them because their parents hadn't paid, it was pretty shame-filled and could be anticlimactic to an end of a high school career. And I think we need to look at, I know we budget for this, but just like with some people throwing lunches in the trash, we need to make sure that the students are not punished for their any decisions or financial problems their parents may have, that they still have access to all of the beauties of a public education, including
being a struggling single parent and not being able to pay.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, Vicki, just so you know. Matter of fact, I even made the comment, I don't want to be shaming the kids. But that all said, there is somebody in here that's being irresponsible. It's probably the parents. Maybe not. Maybe there's circumstances I don't know about, but it is a cost to the district. And, I want to see what we can do to collect it without hurting the kids.
Did you have any other question, Vicki? Okay, great. And I don't see any other comments. So this was the first reading of the updates. This will come back again before we officially adopt them. The next is items from the board and staff. We'll start with reports from the board. sorry, let me stop. I was timing. I have to restart. We'll start with Trustee Canova.
No report today.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Fairchild?
Yes, thanks. I wanted to thank Dr. Kemp for being willing to look at the issue brought up last board meeting regarding the reorganization and the slide. We discovered that it was not presented to the board, and I'm looking forward to how we're going to resolve this issue of procedure, because we want to make sure in these financial times that we add positions in a prudent and judicious manner. Congratulations to Westwood, Briarwood, and Hayman. They were named by Innovate Public Schools as 2020 Top Bay Area Public Schools for Underserved Students. That came out today. So Westwood, Briarwood, and Hayman, great job. I had a great time delivering signs to graduates along with a lot of people, and it was a little emotional for me. I felt it's so exciting for you guys, and while it was fun to deliver signs, it kind of made me sad, and I can imagine the seniors are having a mixed emotions right now. And I look forward to the virtual graduations, and congratulations. I want to give props to the teachers who are coming up with more and more creative ways to connect with kids, from read alouds to gifts to games to phone calls to everything you're doing to keep our kids engaged. And that lets me know that we have 3 days left of school, in case anyone else is counting. My kids are. Finally, to the post-secondary students, I want to let you know specifically that I celebrate you. I acknowledge your achievement, and I thank you for your hard work, and congratulations.
Thank you. Albert.
So definitely got to experience and drop off a sign and visit one of our River Oaks communities. And it was a little bit of a ways to get in and out of that building. And I finally got to take that sign to Chaz O'Neill, our student board member. And his mother and himself were very happy that we were doing that. And I think most of our students that, you know, I believe that probably all of our students that received signs definitely were happy that they were getting recognized in a way. As we move forward with the, you know, our fiscal situation and everything else, I would like and suggest that our board members really stay engaged. And, you know, if you haven't, if you're not on a text with the SBA, that there's a text number that they do have that you can basically partake in. And there was actually an action alert today to contact your legislator. So if you're not receiving any text from CSBA, the number is 52886. And if you just text CSBA, the number 4 kids, you'll receive a text that'll help us at a state level do more advocacy for our students, not only locally, but throughout the state. And I believe that, you know, we're all connected in this together, and definitely, you know, as we move forward, you know, we have to make sure that people understand, not only people, really our legislators understand that schools are essential. You know, that there's nothing that's really going to be, you're not going to see anything back to normal or any normality if the schools are not open. And we're a big part of the way that things run in our state and in our country. And definitely funding is a big priority moving forward with that. And we understand that, you know, our schools here in California have been underfunded for many, many, many years. And it's unfortunate that we're going through this situation now. There's that initiative, the Schools and Communities First initiative, that'll be in November, which would be a little help, but obviously it's still a drop in the bucket. But definitely, as we move forward with this fiscal situation, we have to make sure that we make, you know, really, really good decisions, but that we keep equity, I think, at our focal point, and our students, you know, at the forefront of any decisions we make.
Thank you. Trustee Muirhead.
Alrighty, well, I want to say congratulations to all of our graduates. I feel sad to not be at graduations. I can't imagine what it must feel like to be a senior going through this, but I wish them all well. I had a great time delivering signs to a stack of Santa Clara High graduates and a stack of MEX graduates. And the ones who were awake, there were a few that hadn't gotten up yet, but the ones that I got to visit with for just a few minutes from 6 feet away were just super excited. And it was great to be able to be part of making that connection to congratulate them in person. We had 2 delegate assembly meetings in the last couple of weeks. The first one was our regular meeting, and Albert mentioned about the Schools and Communities First initiative that's going to be on the November ballot, and CSBA, the delegates voted on whether we should have a support position or an against position or just a no support position. And it took a long time of talking, but we ended up doing a no support position because there weren't a high enough percentage who wanted to support or a high enough percentage who wanted to not support. So it's basically just a no position on that. And then there was an extra meeting that was just done where CSBA was looking for information from delegates about thoughts they had about reopening schools and ways that CSBA could support school districts around the state. There were breakout sessions on a number of topics. I participated in one on learning loss, trying to express how concerned I was about that topic. And then health and safety was the other topic. So CSBA, our statewide organization, is going to gather up all this information and so that they can press legislators or the governor's office, whatever they can do from a statewide perspective. So they're going to use the information that they got from all of us. And so that was the last couple of weeks. Congratulations to everyone, and have a great summer.
Great, thank you very much. Andy.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say other than I very frustrated with the fact that our poor students, our teachers that have not had the same experience their predecessors have had because of the shelter in place, et cetera. And I want us to continue to think of things we might be able to do. I think the signs was a very creative move, but maybe even if it lifts by the summer to have some type of ceremony then, or something else that we can do to allow those teachers to be able to say a final goodbye to their kids. And it's just too bad that it had to happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Mark.
Thank you. One of the employees that you will wish happy retirement to, Dr. Kemp, I believe on June 11th, is Debbie Bauer, the principal at Santa Clara Community Day. I really hope she's not spending her Thursday evening watching this, but I'll say this to her on my own as well. Years ago when I was elected, she and the staff there adopted me and allowed me to volunteer. We've shared a lot of interesting times with those kids. Working with that population makes you a little crazy, but it's a good crazy, and we recognize each other when we see each other. So Debbie, best wishes moving on, next phase of your life, and I want to recognize you. Take care.
Thank you. I just want to, sorry, let me start for myself too. I just want to echo the congratulations to the class of 2020. This is not the graduation season we expected you to have. I join you in that. As I've said before, I was supposed to graduate also, and I don't know when that will happen. I think I don't know when that will happen. Hopefully next year, but we'll just have to wait and see. But congratulations on your achievement. I know it's hard, and I hope at some point in the future we can gather together to celebrate your accomplishment. And as also other trustees have said, I really enjoyed the opportunity to at least greet a few graduates and greet them at a socially distant as I handed them their sign. I had my mask on, and including just randomly one student, Ryan. I was excited to see randomly on my list that he was there. I'd actually handed diplomas to his 2 older sisters. He's the 3rd one in the family that's graduating. And so I was very excited to see his name on my list. It was nice to meet students. I didn't catch any asleep yet, but there were a few who needed a few minutes to get to the door. So, but that was fun to be able to wish them in person. I do, it's one of the perks of being on the school board is to attend the graduation.
So did everybody freeze?
No, I think we just lost Michelle.
Just lost Michelle. Okay.
Just Michelle.
So who's the VP?
That would be me. I'll give her a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she actually looks good, and it's okay. It's like when I freeze, it doesn't look good. Okay.
Can I suggest?
Can you let her back in, please?
We're so close to the end.
Okay.
When she comes back in, can we just all pretend that we're frozen?
Oh.
I love it. I don't know if this would be rude or not, but perhaps we could have somebody else give their report while she's coming back in, and then go back to her when she takes back the mantle. No? Okay.
Wasn't she the last one? Has everyone given their report?
She was last.
She was the last one.
We also now have our
Staff.
from the staff.
Yeah, reports from staff, but she may want to hear those, so probably best not to.
I'll have you go first. When we come back in, we'll have Mr. Dill go first, then we'll have Mr. Lucia, then we'll have Mr. Keegan, and following up, last will be Ms. Knavel. So let's see. I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to turn my speaker off. Okay. As soon as, yeah.
Just a quick update since I got to speak for an hour and a half last week. The news of the day was the Senate's proposal or counter proposal to the governor's May revision. And all I will say about it is that it is night and day different from what the governor proposed. Essentially, but don't be fooled by it. The Senate essentially says forego the cuts to education for now, but they are all based on the hope that the federal government will provide stimulus funding to the state that would then be passed on to education. And if that does not happen, it would result in mid-year cuts and deferrals to the education budget in this upcoming year. So it's 2 different approaches. The governor is basically saying we're building in cuts now. If federal funding comes in, we'll restore the funding. The Senate is saying, don't cut, we might get federal funding. And if it doesn't come down the road, we will cut education, but in the same year. Much easier to plan on not expecting the funding rather than basing a budget on the hope that it might come in and then be very disappointed if it doesn't. So we are building the budget. We're continuing to build the budget based off of the May revised scenario. And we should get a look at the Assembly's counter proposal I believe tomorrow, maybe early next week, and the negotiation begins between the 2 houses plus the governor, and hopefully we'll have more information at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you, Stella.
Okay, Mr. Lucia.
Good evening, board. I know we have an exciting week coming up next week with school coming to a close. And at the same time, we still want to make sure that students and families are supported through the summer. So we have mental health supports and substance abuse supports going to be continuing for students and families by Care Solis. In addition, we will, if there are emergencies, we will make sure that staff will be monitoring and supporting them over the summer. And then a quick update regarding the enrollment center. We will be having that ready and open through SchoolMint supports on June 24th. In addition to that, if time allows, we'll have a soft opening for some select folks that we'll be sending out emails to register early and test our staff on their skills and the new approach to doing online registration. And that's all my report for tonight. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Lucia. All right, Mr. Keegan.
I will be quick tonight. Just want to wish everybody a safe and successful close to the school year, and especially to our staff and students. Thank you.
All right, and Ms. Knable.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to congratulate all of our graduates. And as we wind down the year with our last few days of distance learning and student pickup and drop off of materials and all of our events, we are gearing up in other areas. So in our summer program, distance learning programs, we are finalizing staff and registering students. In addition to the parent and teacher distance learning surveys that were administered, on Friday, we launched a student survey. And we are utilizing the West Ed California Healthy Kids Learning from Home survey. So the survey results are being reviewed by the Superintendent's Advisory Council. And we will also give schools some information, and we'll also give schools some information about how the students are faring in order to plan for the fall. And then just as a last informational item, in late February, we received notice that based on our student data, we have been identified as having a significant disproportionality of certain subgroups who are identified as having a disability. And we call this SIGDIS, so significant disproportionality. We're required to complete a comprehensive coordinated early intervening improvement review. We must seek assistance from a state-approved technical assistance facilitator who will guide us through a root cause analysis and plan to correct the disproportionality. The facilitator has met with us, and the next steps are to coordinate a stakeholder group and a core leadership team that includes general education and special education members. Our facilitator keeps reminding us that significant disproportionality is not a special education problem. It is actually a general education problem. So our stakeholder group and leadership team will include both general education and special education. Our timeline is short and has been shortened due to school closures. There has not been any flexibility given to us by the federal government with regards to the timeline. So we need to complete this review by September of 2020. So we'll be working over the summer, and we will bring more information to you through most likely through Dr. Kemp's reports, and then eventually through a board report. So thank you. Happy June almost.
Thank you. Is that Dr. Kemp, any?
We have no more communication from the public.
Okay, great. So that completes the reports from the staff. We don't have any more communication from the public. We do not need to resume open session. We do have some future board meetings coming up, but then I think we are ready to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Rotterman?
Second, Gonzalez.
We have a motion and a second. Is a roll call vote. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Richardson.
Yes.
And Trustee Ryan, I also vote yes. That passes 7-0. So we are adjourned for today, and we have a special meeting next week. So I will see. Well, I'll see you all on our virtual graduations, or maybe I won't see you, but we'll be there in spirit together, and we will come together in person or virtually next week at our board meeting next week. Thank you.